like to pause the recording, I guess. Just looking in.
Have a hybrid conference like this and to work through logistics of getting people connected and in the same space together. We're going to start out with some housekeeping, and I'm going to invite Kathy Baker to come up with that. And following the housekeeping, we're going to go straight into a land acknowledgement, and I will ask Rebecca and Riley to follow Kathy.
First of all, I just want to look around. What a treat. What a treat to be here in person and to see your eyes, because it makes a difference. It makes it see your eyes. And I realized this morning that over the last number of years, I have made friends with people that I have never actually met in person. And it's just so nice to come here and actually meet those people and to just to say hi. Isn't it wonderful? And yes, I am Kathy Baker, and I am part of the Scarborough congregation. And on behalf of the Scarborough congregation, I welcome you here. Please make yourself at home today. And I truly mean that. There are a lot of different rooms that you will see today, and you'll be going out and having lunch or having some snacks later on. And you're welcome to sit down, of course, in one of the chairs that's out here, but there's another room over here that has tables. It's the third classroom in. There's a table, there's chairs set around that. If you need that, please use it. There is a room back here with a couch and some wing chairs. Maybe you need a time just to be separate. Maybe you do. That might be a good place for you. There are pews just outside here in the hall. Maybe that's where you need to be. Or maybe you need to find the washroom, right? I was asked that this morning already. The washroom is in the corner to the left of the kitchen, all right? So that's where you go if you want to get to the washroom. So again, please make yourself at home in any of the rooms. They are for you. And I have some other announcements. And one of them is at lunchtime and at all of the times that actually we're having our snacks or food, there is a special dietary table. You'll notice that it's separate from the other tables of food. That is only for the people who have special dietary needs. So if you do not, please stay over at the other table. That sometimes happens to the people with special dietary needs. Their food looks so yummy that they don't get any. So today we are just making sure that those people get their food. Now, anything that's disposable and you use, there is a garbage can by the kitchen door that you can put those things away. If you have a cup, maybe a cup and saucer, no need to take it anywhere past where you're sitting, except if you're out in the hall or something. Leave it on the tables behind the chairs. Just leave it there. We will collect it after. So don't be worried about those things. There is also not going to be an offering today, an official offering. That's not going to happen. However, there will be a red basket that is out on where the drinks are kept. And yes, we would like to have a free will offering for lunch, and any generous donation that you would like to make to conference can go in that basket too. If you would like a receipt, please write your name and mailing address on the envelope that was provided at check-in. So check your large envelope. It has a donation envelope in it. And those people who are online, turn around. Wave to the people online. We love you. And to those people online, please visit communityofchrist.ca give for all the ways that you can contribute. So have a great day.
Please stand if you're able. Take a deep breath in and out. Feel your feet on the floor supported by the earth below.
The land on which we stand has been the home of Indigenous people and nations long before colonial documentation of time, and is specifically the land of the Wendat, Anishinaabe, Misagas of the Creed, and the Haudenosaunee.
The territory of what is known today as Toronto is under the One Dish, One Spoon Wampum Belt, a peace treaty between the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe, and is a mutual agreement between nations for sharing land and resources.
The territories that encompass Toronto as well are under a number of treaties, including Treaty 13, and in Scarborough specifically, the Williams Treaties.
There have been many Indigenous names and words associated with this place, and today, Scarborough is home to a multitude of Indigenous people, languages, and cultures from around the world.
Thank you so much, Rebecca and Riley, for that land acknowledgement, and Kathy for the warm welcome to the Scarborough congregation. We are really grateful for you being hosts here today, and I know that the people in this congregation have worked hard to prepare the the sanctuary, to prepare the building for us, and to prepare food for us. And so we're very, very grateful for your hosting us. Thank you so much. I want to say hello to all of you fine people who are with us here in person or virtually. It's my pleasure on behalf of Canada East Mission Centre to welcome each one of you here today for our very special conference. And so today we have about 60 people in-house, and we have approximately 85 people online. So I want to do that wave thing again. I want to just invite you to wave to the person next to you to begin with, whether you're in person or online. Just wave, hello, hello. Now go spot somebody across the room and wave to them. Hello. And then wave to all of those people online as well. Don't forget about them. Yeah. Hello. Welcome. Welcome. That's awesome. Whenever I'm gathered, I'm with you people, I'm always blessed. I'm always blessed. There are so many things that I love about this community. I like that I don't have to think like everybody else to be loved. I'm blessed every time I'm with you because of your compassion, your kindness, your justice, and your love. And though all of you people think different thoughts and have different opinions on so many things, it doesn't matter. I want to be with people who inspire me. They inspire me by their model of how to live more graciously in a very complex world. I want to be with people who are open-minded and of good heart. I want to be with people who have many, many names and perspectives and understandings of the divine. I want to be with people who see my goodness and my dignity, but who also see my shortcomings and my failings, my weaknesses, and who still love me, just as Christ did. I want to be with people who are willing to navigate the delicate dance of life and to behold my hand as one. I want to be with people who allow to nudge them into a better way of living and being in the world and to create a better world. I want to be with people who support, encourage, and even challenge me and challenge each other to higher and more ethical living. I want to be with people who inspire each other to follow the leading of the Spirit and to have the courage to risk. I want to be with people who give of themselves to share their hearts, their minds, their gifts, and where there might be a place where I might be able to share mine as well. I want to be with people who know that creating sacred community is warm and generous, but sometimes arduous and painful. A life-changing and life. In other words, I hope that each one of you will be blessed here today as well. We're honored today to have a few special people with us that I want to draw your attention to. And I'm looking for Sam. Where is Sam? Let's see with my glasses. Please stand up, Sam. There's Sam. You can sit down. Sam, I just wanted people to see you and to know that Sam is our Associate Bishop of Canada, and I'm really, really grateful for Sam being here today so that we can get to know Sam just a little bit. Sam grew up in St. Thomas, and some of those people from that area might remember that little boy from long ago. He attended lots of camps and retreats, and I remember attending some of those with him. And Sam went off to Graceland College and then settled in northwestern Canada, where he now lives in Calgary with his wife, Shauna. We are absolutely gifted with Sam's wisdom and his skills and his willingness to step in and to help us out in our time of need and in our time of loss of Dar. Dar served selflessly with a deep, deep love for this church and for all the people of the church and for his maker as well. And I can say without a doubt that Sam serves in that same way. And so thank you so much, Sam, for helping us out. It means a lot to have you here with us today. We also have another special guest from out west with us today. Please. This is Shannon McGath. And Shannon is one of the co-presidents of Canada West Mission Centre. She not only serves in that capacity, but she also has a full-time job in business technology. So that should leave you with a few things to chat with her about over lunch. And it's really wonderful to have you here with us, Shannon. We hope that you'll feel right at home with all of us today. We are also graced with the president of 70, John Glazer. Where is John? There he is. Thanks, John, for being here with us today. John is president of Quorum 8, 70, and good to see John. It's always a treat when John is with us, and I'll tell you why we rarely get to see him. He's responsible for the 70 in Canada mission field, and that includes the East and the West. But he's also responsible for Mexico, Dominican Republic, and Jamaica. And besides that, he serves as a member of the MCP team of the Mexico, Texas Mission Center, and coordinator of institutional advancement of the Center for Hispanic Formation Ministries in Riga. He's a big man, and he carries a big load, but he also comes with a big witness and a big testimony. So thank you for being with us. He's also known as Benito. 2 names. We're also blessed to have Apostle Art Smith with us. Always blessed to have Art in our midst as well. He also carries a huge load of responsibility. Canada Mission Field, Haiti, South Central Asian Mission Field, Indigenous Peoples Ministry, and Temple Ministries Initiative, and he serves as the Multi-Nations Apostles Team Lead. Thank you for taking time out of such a busy schedule to be with us. It's always appreciated. You'll notice that there's one person not with us here today, and that is Dawn Dawson. Dawn had a family need that she needed to tend to this weekend, and so she has been sending her prayers and wishes for this conference. Wishes that she could be here, but she needed to be with her family. Our parliamentarian today is Daryl Kennedy. Always a pleasure to have Daryl serving with his expertise on Robert's Rules of Order that keeps the conference flowing smoothly. And our secretary is Pat Pallister, who takes copious notes and does a wonderful job so that we know what all was said and done. I also want to bring your attention to our tech team. We're so grateful for them. We could not run this conference without them. Troy Roach is heading that up, that team. Includes Peter Williams, Lindsay Denbour, Joy Green, and Jeannie Jacobson. That might be a new name to some of you. Jeannie is from Saskatoon, and she's jumping in to help us out today. So thank you, thank you, thank you to each one of those people. I do have just announcements. I want to just say thank you to those who participated in the pre-legislative sessions on Tuesday and Wednesday. We hope that those sessions were informative and helpful and will help our meeting to move along efficiently today. If by chance we lose internet connection, please just hang tight. few moments. If by chance those who are online are not able to or lose connection with the Zoom, you may need to reconnect to the Zoom meeting. You might need to reboot your tech equipment and reconnect to the Zoom link. As a last resort, you can always dial in by phone. And I think that the team will be putting that phone number in the chats for you. In a little while, Troy will bring us some further instructions for tech today. We're going to move into a mission prayer. You're going to see that on your screen. And following that, Leandro, sorry, you have a problem, Troy? Is this better? We're getting better? There. Okay. We are going to move into a meditation using the mission prayer. You will see it on your screen. And following that, Leandro will lead us in meditation as well, a short meditation. And then after the meditation, I'll invite Megan Milliard. Millard. Get it right. Milliard is my daughter-in-law. Megan Millard to come forward with the prayer for the opening. We'll just give our tech team a moment to try and get sound.
So I was taking a walk on the beach the other day, and I was just completely caught up in the rhythm of the waves that ebb and flow as they crashed into the shore and receded back towards the vast horizon. It's the same feeling I get here in the redwoods, a calming stillness that makes me feel more awake and connected to the world around me. As I follow their tall trunks upward, my thoughts are drawn to the expansiveness of this planet and the knowledge that others look to the sky and wonder what could be. God, where will your Spirit lead today? Help me be fully awake and ready to respond. Grant me courage to risk something new and become a blessing of your love and peace. The same sacred rhythm connects the words of this prayer, awakening me to something deeper in me, around me, ahead of me, challenging me to risk something new beyond myself. A warm glance, a conversation, a new relationship, inviting me to become a blessing of God's love and peace. Awaken, risk, and bless, a rhythm of life, a path to transformation. I invite you to discover and live this sacred rhythm.
Kathy was glad to see your eyes, and me too. I'm very glad to see your eyes, but I'm even more glad that I will get to hear your voices as we join together in prayer. You can't see that, right? How come you don't have the mission prayer memorized by now? I don't either. There you go. That's better. So take a deep breath and say it intently. Let us pray. God, where will your Spirit lead today? Help me be fully awake and respond. Grant me courage to risk something new and become a blessing of your love and peace. Amen. Now, what a beautiful message of hope and encouragement that we heard in that video we just watched. And what an inspiring image. So I want you to think of it. I want you to picture it once again in the eye of the mind. Envision it, visualize it, just think about it. You can close your eyes if that helps. Surrounded by majestic nature in the calmness of this beautiful campground, and intently following this trunk from the ground, sliding your vision one breath at a time, higher and higher from the ground into the sky, higher and higher, becoming aware as you do that of the beauty, the timelessness, the vastness, and the glory that God has gifted us with in this creation. And consider in this moment, as you envision that, how does that make you feel, this image? What comes to mind? Maybe even in your stomach, you might be feeling something. Some of you, I'm sure, are thinking this is maybe an oversimplification. I believe that you're here because you care. You care about your family. You care about your congregation. You care about our denomination. You care about your community. You care about our planet. And something tells me somewhere deep in you, you know that it's not always as pretty, as calming, as relaxing to look at the world around. Because you know that mission is messy. Mission can be scary. Mission is uncertain. You're here because you know that. So take a moment once again to consider that tree from the ground once again. But keep in mind one challenge that you're facing today. Maybe it's a personal challenge. It's a challenge that your congregation is working through, or one challenge, just one challenge that we are facing together as a church community. And this challenge is presented in front of you as this very tall tree that you're gazing at from the ground. Now, one breath at a time, one deep breath at a time, intently make room for the Spirit to show you the way up from the ground, reaching higher and higher as you make room for the Spirit to guide you, to show you the way higher and higher. And may God bless you and keep you, and may the divine face shine upon you as you continue to gently find the way up this tree. We ask you, O God, that you awaken us to the guidance of your Spirit on this day, that we may risk something new, that we may become a blessing to your creation. If we may, I would like our tech team to put the prayer once again on screen. And I will ask those of you here to stand if you're able. And we're going to pray together once again, even more intently this time. And if you're at home, I invite you again to stand up. And yes, we can't hear you here, but say it out loud with us. God, where will your Spirit lead today? Help me be fully awake and ready to respond. Grant me courage to risk something new and become a blessing of your love and peace. Amen.
Please bow with me. Dear God, thank you for being with us today. Bless all those who could be here today and those who couldn't be. Please help to guide us through conference with an open mind and grant us the ability to make the best decisions for the church. Thank you for the blessings you give to us every day, dear God, and continue to be an influence in our lives. Amen.
Thank you. There we are. There you are. Thank you so much for that lovely opening for us today. I am now going to turn things over to Rhonda.
Thank you. Thank you, Mary Jean. How does that sound? Good. Troy, I have a message on the middle of this screen that interferes with our ability to actually see what's on the screen. The 2024 CEM Special Conference is now called to order. I think we have been thoroughly welcomed, and I thank you for being with this process. For those of you on Zoom, thank you. Thank you for welcoming us into your space. And if you are on Zoom and are choosing to speak, I would ask, or we would appreciate if you have your video on if you are speaking. It doesn't have to be on all of the time, but it's nice to put a face to the voice. If you have amendments or substitute motions and you have those ready, please provide those to Troy at the back so he can include them on the PowerPoint, and to the secretary, Pat. Is that better online?
How's that? Okay, much better. I was saying that if you have amendments or substitute motions and you want to present those, they need to go to Troy and to the secretary, and Pat's email is ppallister@yahoo.ca. Okay. We will use our standing rules and etiquette guidelines and parliamentary actions to guide our deliberations. And since we had a preparatory video with those instructions, we're not going to read them all again. You have received parliamentary actions. I know the last time there was some question. Number 11, which says closed debate, is what you may understand is called the previous question. Okay, so that is just to explain that. We remind you to be concise, clear when you speak, considerate. And if you are speaking and you are here present or wanting to speak, you need to go to Lindsay, who's at the front there waving her hand, and give her your cue, your code with what you want, action you want to take. If you're online, it's Joy. And I believe instructions have already been given for those of you online on how to reach out to Joy if you want to take action. Those that entered here in Scarborough were given the choice of voting by poll everywhere or by card. Please only vote once. So if you are voting through poll everywhere, you should not have received a card, but we just want to remind you to do that. At this time, I would invite Art Smith to bring some greetings.
Thank you, Vonda. Good morning, everyone. It is wonderful to get to be here today. It has been a busy time, but more than that, I think probably we all collectively sense that it has been a weighty time of challenge and struggle. I am so thankful for the relationships we have that connect us together. And I was having fun earlier. So when I came in this morning, I was greeted by Rebecca, who immediately pulled out my name badge without me even having to tell her who I was. I don't know if you all had that same experience, but it has been fun for me just getting around and being able to greet everybody and to think about everyone's stories and what, to me, makes each person here so special and amazing. What's on the script is that I am bringing greetings from World Church officers, and I want to do that. I wish they were here, and I would have had fun like I was having fun with Shannon. I asked Shannon this morning, so how many people here do you know? And she said, maybe 2%. And so that became a bit of a challenge for me, or at least a joy, as I got to go around with Shannon and try to introduce her to some people. And what I realized pretty quickly was I can't just like introduce someone by name, because each one of the people that are here have so many wonderful, amazing things about them that I associate with each one of you. If I haven't gotten to personally visit with you yet, I hope we'll have a chance to share a moment together before the day is over. I do want to bring greetings from the leadership of the World Church. Scott Murphy, the Director of Field Ministries, knows that we are here today and sends his greetings and blessings. Stacy Cram, who is, of course, a member of the First Presidency and has been designated to be the next president, prophet of Community of Christ. Stacy is on her way here, so she will get perhaps to greet you in person. She had meetings all day yesterday, and but wanted to be here for Dar's memorial service this afternoon. So she is expected to arrive at Pearson Airport around 12:30 today and plans to be here this afternoon. So greetings from Stacy, and if everyone could just say a brief prayer that her flight goes smoothly and she arrives on schedule, that will be wonderful. Thank you for being here today. Thank you for bringing your story, your witness. I know John Glazer is not the only one here who has a big witness. Each one of you has a presence that is amazing. If you have a chance today to find a friend who hasn't met someone else here yet and to introduce them to that person, I encourage you to do that. For me, this morning, that became a good reminder of how dear and cherished the people here are to me. So thank you for being part of the conference today. Greetings from the World Church, and greetings from my family, and have a blessed conference day.
Thank you, Art. Mission Center officers are sustained for 1 year, so there's no sustaining action required in regards to that at this time. When delegates are elected, it is also for a 1-year term. That's according to our bylaws, Article 3G. We did invite pastors to update their delegate lists. very few responded. So we had to go with the delegate list from October of 2023, the delegates and the alternates. I want to remind pastors online and here that delegate list is really important. Without receiving that in a timely manner, there's a lot of last minute changes. By our bylaws, that has to be in 2 weeks before the conference. And even so, there are last minute changes from alternates to delegates. I'm going to call upon Melissa Freer to bring the credential report before us at this time.
Good morning. Thank you so much for those that have been patient, and if you all will extend me some grace in person and online, I have it's a moving target to nail down who is really, well, here I can see, but if you're on the paper, and the online, because people keep coming and going. So instead of going through the list to say strike, delete, not here, I am just going to tell you who is participating. It's a shorter list, and it also can confirm that you are on the list. On the online folks, I was not able to respond to each one of you the same as I would if it's in person, and I personally like the in-person because I like greeting everybody when they come in and confirm that I've got my stuff right. I'd also like to say thank you to Rebecca and Riley. They were my helpers today to keep me organized and in line and have all their stuff done perfection for me, so I appreciate the extra help, especially when we have various moving parts that I can't see out in the video world. So I'm going to start at, are you? Yeah, they have the list. I'm going to go down the list to read who is here and add in an alternate if that has happened since this list was printed. And I do echo Vonda's registering online for participants, ex officios, make sure I have you name tags and make sure these lists are up to date. So I appreciate that. And I'm just putting my own little, please remember come next end of September that I want to hear from you. So we're going to start. I'm going to go down. I'm just going to do it in order. So people that are here, if I have missed you in person, I can add that online. Please just send me in the chat. I will update the list to give to the MCP team, Pat and Daryl, the complete official list, but everybody on this list has opportunity for voice and vote. I've already did that through membership records. So here today, via in the building or online, Arthur Smith, Vonda Denbor, Mary Jean Belrose, Sam Smalden, Pat Pallister, Daryl Kennedy. Awakening Spirituality, Arlene Caldwell and Carrie Richards. Barry, Melissa Roach, Mareva Mitchell, Catherine Manson, Troy Roach. Blenheim, Wendy Batter, Hazel Batter, Alan Batter. Bridges, Len Fleur, Rick Batter. Cambridge, Bill Ashwell, Karen Ann Henderson, Verlin Rowett. Chatham, Sheila Moore Sapanos, Doug Lethbridge, Donna Shear, Dorothy Lethbridge, John Shear. Corinth, Kim Shepard. Grand Valley, Deb Whitworth, Jan Koslag. Guelph, Pat Lewis. Canada, Mark Chauvin, Anakin Chauvin. Kitchener, Joan Thompson, Carmen Thompson. LaSalle Road, Barry White, Pat White, Lori Moutre, Kathy Gabriel, Melissa Freer, Lindsay Denbor. Lowbanks, Pat Jacoby, Robert Graham, Debbie Weaver, Marilyn Graham. Minettville, Gary Whitworth, Dwight Fryer, Heather Fryer. New Liskeard, Claire Shepherdson. Niagara Falls, Rex Smith. North Bay, Laura McKinnon, Pat Stokely, David Wilkinson. Ottawa, Lou Shepherdson, Joy Green, Wanda White, Martin Turnan. Port Elgin, Josephine Amelia Fraser Morgan, Daryl Belrose. Croton, Wayne McLean. Reaching Out, Ken Avery. Sarnia, Terry McGregor, Elsie Burley, Pat McGregor. Sault Ste. Marie, Mary Welton, Sandra Houston. Scarborough, Kathy Baker, Joyce-Ann Lowe, Peter Williams, and we'll be adding David Donahue as an alternate. St. Thomas, Sue Silcox, Jane Vokes, Bill Vokes, Megan Millard, Beth Beecroft, Glenda Millard, Trudy Miller, Dawn Millard. Stratford, Dan Hansen, Nancy Brookshaw. The Gathering Place Plus, Fiona Muir, Mercedes Zelaya, Bryce Taylor, Alfredo Zelaya, Nadine Manson. There's always one mistake. There's my. And then we're adding as alternates Tiona Taylor and Lynn Taylor. Toronto, Leandro Palios, Becky Savage, John Hamer, Roger Dodson. Wabash, Willie Malott, Riley Malott, Rebecca Pearson. Wyerton, Larry Porter, Linda Porter. Windsor, John Abbey, Sue Abbey, Mary Elizabeth Schrozer, Twyla Glassford. Woodfield, Steve Northey, Karen Heislingberg, Bryce Hodgins, Wayne Stronghill, Teddy Rowbottom, Chuck Boyd, Scott Shearer, Beth Chapman, Ann Mitchell. Non-residents, Ken Barrows. If there's any changes, please send me the chat. Nobody in the gathering has said anything. My apologies if I've said names wrong. You're gonna slip up as soon as you get in front of people. And my total count for delegates is 80, and for ex officio 26. Visitors, I got nothing for you this year. I have no clue, because they are everywhere. I did want to point out, online, you might see two people. Some husband and wives are together. The husband is there as a delegate maybe the wife isn't, maybe they've gathered together. This list is the ones that are voting. The other ones are just joining in. So I just want to bring that to the attention that that has been noted for you. So I'll give you my official list afterwards.
Thank you, Melissa. The chair will entertain a motion now to accept the credential report as presented. Roger Dodson moves. Do we have a second? We do. We have a second. Thank you. Are you ready? We will now vote. And the motion should be before you. And I realize that I missed that test voting. Troy, do you want to do that first? We'll see how this goes. All right. I apologize. I was supposed to have Troy do a little bit of a tech update and a test vote. So this will be our test vote, our real vote. Depending on the outcome, we'll know the answer to that. So what you are voting on is resolved that the credentials report as received be approved. If you are voting by device, the polls are now open. If you are voting by card, those in favor of approving this credential report, please raise your card. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Those opposed, same sign. I think I was supposed to have you count those, wasn't I? Okay. And are we ready to close the polls? Okay, the polls will close in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. And we will show the results on screen. I guess the polls are closed. The Scarborough votes, we didn't count those. I apologize. But everyone here voted yes. And there were no no's. Okay. And this is why we're supposed to do test votes. I'm not seeing. So we're waiting to see that come up on screen, and you should see it now. So you see nothing for Scarborough, but everybody that's here, which is about 60 people. So we do have the motion adopted. So thank you for tolerating my incompetency in this. When you arrived, you should have been asked if you were voting by device or by card. Did everyone receive a card? No, Roger didn't receive a card, Melissa. So those of you that are online, if you'll just hold with us for a few moments. There were a few people that did not receive their voting cards, so we're going to address that. So that is the reason for our delay. So given that experience, Troy, do you want to do any tech update at this time? Yeah, I got that. I'm wondering, do we need to? I think we're okay. All right. Okay, thank you. And we've resolved the voting card issue here in person, so we will proceed. We adopted standing rules for the CEM hybrid conferences in October 2023 with the understanding that these would apply to subsequent conferences. So we are not here to amend those rules at this time, simply to sustain them as rules for this special conference. The standing rules committee will review them before our fall conference. So if anyone has recommendations for any changes to standing rules that you would like to forward to that committee, please provide those to me. So without objection, as those rules were made available on the website and through the preparatory video, we are not going to review those at this time, but we will entertain a motion to sustain them.
I move that can you hear me? I move that the standing rules for CEM conference, for CEM hybrid conferences adopted in October 2023 be sustained for this special conference.
And do we have a second? We have several seconds, so thank you. And we will now vote again, and we'll try and do it right this time. We will open the, oh, no, we need a moment. But we will be voting on sustaining the standing rules for this conference as soon as I get the tech go-ahead. And I will ask you here in person to hold the cards until Lindsay has counted the number. I feel like I should be singing a song or something. Okay, I am seeing the motion on the screen. Be it resolved that the standing rules for CEM hybrid conferences adopted in October 2023 and posted on the website be adopted for this special conference. So that's what you're voting on. Can I open the polls? Okay, the polls are now open. Those who are in person ready to approve these standing rules, please raise your voting card. Keep them raised for a moment or two. And I see some hands raised online. Is that voting? Okay, thank you. Those opposed here in person, please raise your card. Thank you. Sorry, go ahead. Okay. The same action in Woodfield, please. I do have hands raised for voting here online. Who is tabulating those? Is Joy? No? Marshall is. Okay, thank you. They aren't Woodfield people. They aren't individuals in Woodfield, but there are 3 individuals who voted online with raised hand that are not Woodfield. So is someone counting those? No, I have 3. You may lower your hands online. Thank you. The polls are closing in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. The polls are closed. And in a moment or two, we will see how we voted. We are waiting to see the results posted, so bear with us a moment. We'll get all of this worked out before we get to the motions, so this is productive time. Okay, there you go. We have adopted our standing rules. So our conference has been properly constituted with delegates and ex officios. We have a quorum. We have our standing rules and credentials report. So we will proceed on the 2 matters on our agenda for our special conference. And those are 2 resolutions that have been presented for our consideration for submission to the next World Conference. I want to clarify okay, thank you. Please note that the action of this conference is to decide whether or not we want to send the resolutions to World Conference. Okay? Voting no would mean that the resolution would not be forwarded to World Conference. Voting yes would mean that the resolution would be approved in whatever form it is at that point. And that we would send it to World Conference. That does not necessarily mean that it will get to the conference floor because it has to go through a deliberative process there. But we have spent a lot of time between the stewards of these motions and the resolution committee to refine the motions so that they are in all likelihood not out of order. You as a body determined at the pre-legislative sessions that you wanted the motion to consider first as the stewardship of the temple and auditorium. So that is where we will begin. The resolution is now on screen, and the resolved is that the temple and the auditorium in Independence, Missouri be declared essential for the enduring missions of the church. And as such, any or all decisions regarding the sale or mortgage of the temple and or the auditorium must be made in keeping with the principles of common consent by means of direct authorization of the World Conference of the Church. The chair recognizes John Hamer for the motion.
Thank you. I make this motion.
Thank you, John. Is there a second? I see several, so thank you. Would you like to speak to the motion, John?
I would love to. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. So, by way of background, members of our congregation were really surprised when the news broke that the properties relating to our sacred heritage, including the Kirtland Temple, had been sold by the World Church, especially considering as a church, we uphold the principle of common consent, where major decisions are often taken in consultation. The Toronto congregation made what was really a heartbreaking decision when we had to sell the Bathurst Street building. But this was done through a process of common consent where, as a congregation, we met together. We talked about what matters most. We looked at just the costs involved in maintaining the structure, whether the structure was essential to our mission. And we appreciate, of course, that our World Church leaders are sustained by us in order to make important missional decisions. But the way this particular, the process of this particular transaction was very surprising. And so it made members concerned about the other temple, the Temple and Independence and the auditorium, which we feel are not simply historic properties or heritage properties, but in fact have a special status because of the Doctrine and Covenants. And so multiple times throughout our history, we as a people have been commanded through Revelation to prepare to build the temple, and to have that structure exist. And the intent of this resolution is not to say, in the future, members can't make a hard decision even about a property like that. Of course, we have to be faithful stewards. But the intent of the resolution is simply to have it on the books that we would like to include the principle of common consent very intentionally if such a decision were to be made. And so that's my hope, and that was the intent of the resolution, and bring it to this body for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, John. If you would like to speak to this motion, you need to, in person, come to Lindsay at the front here and indicate your intent to speak. If you are online, the same thing. You need to reach out to Joy and indicate your intent. Sorry? And in Woodfield. When I say online, I'm thinking Woodfield as well, so I apologize. Same applies in Woodfield. And I don't see anybody rushing to the podium, so I will remind you that by our standing rules, the first person to speak for has 5 minutes, and the first person to speak against has 5 minutes, and all other persons have 3 minutes. And I know that there are some moving towards the queue. I have, the chair will recognize Dorothy Lethbridge from Chatham who wishes to amend the motion. Dorothy, if you will unmute and speak. Dorothy, we're not hearing anything. You're still muted.
Okay. Is that better? Is that better?
Now we've got voice.
Okay. I have sent this motion already to Vonda, so I'm assuming that everyone who needs it has a copy. but we have resolved that notwithstanding any existing bylaws, if approved by World Conference, this action will proceed.
Thank you, Dorothy. I'm going to ask a point of clarification. I had understood that that motion was for the bylaw resolution and not for the temple stewardship resolution. Could you clarify, please?
It was for the temple stewardship resolution.
Okay, thank you. I misunderstood. So, Troy, you will have that on PowerPoint. Could you repeat that again, Dorothy?
Resolved that notwithstanding any existing bylaws, this action, if approved by World Conference, will proceed.
Thank you. Is there a second? I see a second. That is now on screen. You should be able to see that. Okay. My parliamentarian is saying to vote to approve this would be the same as the main motion. You would be approving the main motion, so it's redundant. And I apologize, Dorothy, that I misunderstood when you sent it in. I thought it was for the other motion, but because it is virtually the same, or if this were adopted, it doesn't change anything in the motion that has been presented. So I am going to rule it out of order.
Okay. Actually, can't hear you, dear. They've unmuted me.
The chair recognizes Nadine Manson from Gathering Place to speak for the motion. And Troy, if you will change the screen on PowerPoint so we're seeing the motion that came from Toronto congregation, so we know what we're speaking to. Sister Nadine?
Madam Chairman, I don't think the mic is on. Is it? I'd like to speak for this motion. I think that the church, a prophetic people, can make hard decisions, and that the temple and the auditorium are essential to our mission. If that were to change, the prophetic people are able to make the decision going forward. I think as a church, we are underestimating ourselves as a people to not allow common consent. And therefore, I fully support this motion to go forward to World Conference.
Thank you, Nadine. The chair recognizes Ken Barrows from general membership with a point of order. Ken, if you will unmute and speak. Ken, you're muted. Are you withdrawing that, Ken? Okay, thank you.
Vonda, I'm sorry,
The chair recognizes David Donahue from the Scarborough congregation to speak against the motion.
Thank you. There's a part of me that really wants to support this motion. In fact, well, like every member in our church, living or dead, I was destroyed when I found out about the sale of the Kirtland Temple and our other properties and assets. In fact, I wrote a very similar motion and went to the trouble of organizing an emergency business meeting for Scarborough congregation and sent my motion to World Church to be vetted. And then I participated in some of the online sessions that the First Presidency and other authorities of the church provided. And it occurred to me that had my motion already been a resolution of the church, its existence on the books could very well have imperiled the future of the church. Because of the information that was shared, it became apparent that the church simply could not make plain the intention to sell our properties without the value greatly decreasing and perhaps being entirely scuttled. In the hours after finding out about the sale, I was sick at heart. I had a migraine headache, and I was just completely depressed. And yet, at the same time, I found myself thinking of one of the phrases that we have in our church from our recent revelations, which asks, what matters most? What matters most for the journey ahead? And I feel that it is the mission of Jesus Christ. The ongoing existence of our denomination, I feel, is ultimately more important than our physical properties. And therefore, I have to speak against this motion, because if this motion became a resolution of the church, it could result in the future of the church being put into jeopardy, which I just cannot support. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I'm not seeing others in the queue, but I am seeing movement towards that. The chair recognizes Jan Kosleg from Grand Valley to speak for the motion. Johan, you need to unmute, and you can go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I speak for this motion because I feel that the principle of common consent, however we might see it, and there may be some question on how different people see it, but is vital to our church and the way it proceeds, irregardless of worries about costs or how of business ways of doing things. I think we need to uphold that principle above all else. Anyway, and I think this motion does it. And to me, it was not clear that the church would sell principally the Curtin Temple without consultation of any sort. Well, I imagine it was behind the scenes, but not with the church at large. Anyway, so on that basis, I support this motion.
Thank you, Johan. The chair recognizes Leandro Palacios from Toronto to postpone to a certain time in the conference. No, that's not correct. Wrong number. It is to speak for. You can go ahead, Leandro.
I would like to speak for addressing what Brother David Donahue mentioned. I asked an apostle recently who was coming from international mission in Asia, what makes this church in all these parts of the world that you visit different from other churches? Why would people join our church? And the apostle told me that one of the things that makes this church different and special is that people, the members of the church, feel entitled to decide the future of the church. That is not just a leader or a pastor who stands behind the pulpit making all the decisions. Now, this resolution doesn't say that we cannot sell the temple and the auditorium of Independence, Missouri. What it says is we, as members, should be part of this decision making. And this is one of the principles that has attracted people like me to this church, that we feel like we have a voice and vote in important decisions that we as a community are to make.
Thank you, Leandro. The chair recognizes Ken Barrows from general membership with a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try this again. My point of order is really a point of privilege. Could we show the results for the vote in numbers, actual numbers, as opposed to percentages? It would really help me on this end if we could do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Actually, it should show both numbers and percentages on the screen.
Very good.
If that didn't, perhaps we didn't have it rolled far enough up that we could see that. So thank you for that point of order. We'll make sure. The chair recognizes Josiane Lowe from Scarborough to speak against the motion. Sister Joyce Ann.
Thank you. When I saw your heartfelt appeal about what was happening, it broke my heart. It broke my heart. I'm a generational member, many, many generations related to the presidency through marriage. But we, by common consent, affirm our leaders. They are not hired by an agency. They're put forward to us, and we as members sustain them and vote them into their positions of trust. And I think that part of this process is them doing that job that we have voted them into for us and on our behalf and in our best interests. in the continuation of our denomination. I guess I've reached that point in my life when my attachment to the physical is waning considerably. And I know that my reaction to what's happened would have been completely different 20 years ago, 30 years ago. I could even say 50. But it is different now, and my attachment to the physical is not the same. Though I am shocked by the change of heart of some people I've known a long time, I think that I understand where it's coming from. And though I appreciate the intent of this, I do know that business is business, and it's hard to separate those emotional things from things that are material and of this world. And property and things like that are of this world. And I think that we have voted these people, the bishopric, to look after the things of this world, which is why, though I originally was supporting this, I have changed my position, and I support David and what you said earlier. But thank you.
Thank you, Joyce Ann. The chair recognizes John Abbey from the Windsor congregation with a point of order. John, you can go ahead and unmute and speak.
Yes, I'm sorry. I could be wrong. I just want to go back to the amendment, which spoke to the idea that if the original motion that was created by John Hamer was ruled out of order, they wanted an amendment to go forward to amend with permission to amend it with conference vote. If there are already existing bylaws and regulations on the books with World Church giving the bishopric the right to make these decisions, then that would supersede this motion. So I don't see how it's out of order. I think the amendment is necessary because it could be dead in the water without that amendment.
Thank you, John. John and the body, the point of order should have been raised right after the ruling that the point of order or that the amendment was out of order. So raising it now is out of order. Too late is bottom line. And I'm seeing a and she will put your name in the queue. The chair recognizes Gary Whitworth from the Minettville congregation to speak for the motion.
Thank you.
Brother Gary?
Oh, Brother Gary. Did you hear that, Brother Gary? Thanks, I speak for this motion, and I don't know whether we need the amendment on there. I know the intent of the amendment, but anyways, I'm not sure. I would think there would be people that were as upset as I was with the sale of Kirtland Temple. And I believe that if we do not have this motion and the people in charge of the church decide to sell either the auditorium or the temple in Independence, our church is over with. I just can't see it existing without those buildings. And yes, they are only buildings, but they're our headquarters. I think the church now is a corporation, and all corporations have to realign. It's a tough decision to realign, but maybe we're just stretching ourselves too far. And if money is everything then maybe some of our outreach has to stop. We cannot afford to let our auditorium and temple go. I'm not sure the majority of the members of the church realized the state that the church was in financially before Kirtland Temple was sold. And I'm not sure that it wouldn't have been saved if we had been told the real problems with our church financially. I support the motion.
Thank you, Gary. The chair sees a name in the queue, a Zoom name, but it's not indicating the congregation. Okay, Fiona, the chair recognizes Fiona Fletcher from the Gathering Place congregation to speak for the motion.
I remember being at the conference when Stacy Cram spoke about the seriousness and what could possibly be sold. And the way it was phrased was, everything is on the table. I remember turning to my sister and saying, they wouldn't sell Kirtland Temple, would they? And her response was no. I think that our leadership felt that they had warned us with that statement, that everything was on the table. I don't think many people picked up on the possibility that treasured historic locations would be let go. I think our leadership felt they were being transparent. And I don't think our membership understood what we were being told. This common consent motion allows the membership to have a better understanding should the possibility of things needing to be sold in a future time be better understood. This is why I speak for this motion.
Thank you, Fiona. The chair recognizes Lori Moutre from the LaSalle Road congregation to speak for the motion.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm speaking for this motion because, yes, I recognize it's brick and mortar, but it was a goal, it was an aim that so many of our saints sacrificed so much for, to build, to erect. It has become a symbol of peace, dedicated to a symbol of peace. We are claiming to be a theocratic democracy. That means we all get a say. If we don't have this common consent for an issue as important as the sale or mortgage or whatever of our temple and auditorium, we can, in my opinion, strike us as democratic because we lose our voice. So I speak for this motion totally.
Thank you, Lori. The chair recognizes John Abbey of Windsor Congregation with a point of order.
I don't know that point of order is the right one.
Okay.
I'm just concerned that I was trying to get attention of the chair, and I was unable to maneuver through this process to get the attention of the chair in regard to this amendment. I apologize for that, but it's very different than in the past. I did take part in only half of the session of the training, unfortunately, because I wasn't available the other part. But I'm saying I do believe that if we continue this dialogue without revisiting that amendment, this motion is going to be dead in the water as soon as it arrives at World Church. And I don't think that we as a conference have the right to kill this motion in that manner.
Thank you, John. We'll take a moment to consult. Okay. Okay, thank you. John, I understand what you're saying. The appropriate action at that time would have been to appeal the rule of the chair, but that moment has passed. And so what you're suggesting is once again out of order. The chair recognizes John Shearer from the Chatham congregation. I'm glad, John, you finally were able to navigate the system. John wishes to speak for the motion. Please unmute, John.
I believe I have unmuted. Can you
Yes,
hear?
we can hear you.
I was with John Abbey on that one. We recognize I'm supporting the motion, of course, not by jumping up and down, but bottom line, we know very clearly, it's been said in the response to what you already has happened, that bylaw 866 or resolution 866 gives the bishopric the right to sell the auditorium and in New Temple. Why would we expect that somehow or other that thing has disappeared into the brush? The other thing I think we do have to recognize, Vonda, is that sometimes we can appeal a ruling. The opinion of one person, be a chair, be the parliamentary or not, is not necessarily the opinion of the whole conference. If we do want the conference to agree or disagree, we don't go in the opinion of one person necessarily, respectfully as well capable as he is. But bottom line, I speak for the motion, but I do speak for the amendment which says that we make this motion regardless, because I do expect with John Abbey that when this gets to conference, it will be ruled out of order. We have seen that, we've experienced that here, and we've experienced that at the conference before. The idea of the committee does not take, we waited years for something to happen because one resolution, one bylaw was not changed. Until that was changed in conference, it wasn't legal to do anything else. So until you change bylaw 866, I don't know how this motion will ever go anywhere, even though I support it. That was what I was trying to say. And I do think if you make a ruling, Bonda, you ask if the conference wants to appeal that decision to the floor sometimes.
Thank you, John. I appreciate your comments. The body could have appealed the decision of the chair at the time, and that did not happen. It would not typically be the role of the chair who makes a decision to then ask you if you want to appeal it. That would come from the body. The chair recognizes Derek Woolsey. Just one moment.
Derek Woolsey, Woodfield Congregation.
Just one moment, Derek. We have a point of order which would take precedence. So the chair recognizes Ken Barrows from General for a point of order.
Yeah, Madam Chair, my point of order is to point out a conundrum that we're in. And I think you've just identified it right now. We do not have in our current operating structure a way to interrupt the activity as it goes forward. And so automatically, a person who wants to interrupt something for a point of order or a personal privilege, or even to appeal the ruling of the chair, has to get in the queue and wait for it to come to the top. And so automatically the moment has passed. And so that might be something we want to attend to. If we can't do it this conference, certainly we can do it at another conference perhaps.
Thank you, Ken. The chair now recognizes Derek Woolsey of the Woodfield Congregation to close debate.
I'm of the feeling that we've heard enough discussion on this motion, that we are ready to end debate and vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Derek. Do I have a second? Yes, I do. Okay. So you're good? We will then have a vote on closing debate. That requires a 2/3 vote. So it will take a moment for tech to get that motion to close debate on the screen. So you are voting on whether or not you're finished talking about this motion and ready to vote on the motion. You're not voting on the motion. You're voting on whether you're ready to stop talking about it. Okay? And I'm just waiting for that to come up on screen, and then I will open poll. Okay, it is on screen. Sorry. The polls are now open on the motion to close debate. Those in favor who are in person, please raise your voting cards and keep them raised until we've counted. Thank you. Those opposed, same sign. And we're waiting for the voting taking place at Woodfield and on the poll online. If you are online, you need to be using poll everywhere to vote or indicating to your polling steward. And the polls will close in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. The polls are now closed. And the vote results will be portrayed momentarily. The voting results are in front of you. You can see that we have the required 2/3 majority. So the debate on this motion is finished, and we are now moving to vote on the motion. So once again, you are voting on whether or not you want this motion to be forwarded to World Conference. And momentarily, we'll get that motion back up on screen. So what you're voting on is resolved that the temple and the auditorium in Independence, Missouri be declared essential for the enduring mission of the church. And as such, any or all decisions regarding the sale or mortgage of the temple and or the auditorium must be made in keeping with the principles of common consent by means of direct authorization of the World Conference of the Church. That is what you were voting on to send to World Church. All right, the polls are now open. Those who are delegates or ex officios, please raise your voting card now, whether you are in Woodbridge or in Scarborough. And keep them raised until the count is completed. Now, I did see a red card. I'm not sure if that was voting in favor because we haven't yet asked for the opposition. Okay. All right. Those opposed, raise your voting card in Woodbridge or in Scarborough. Thank you. How is the poll coming along? Can I close? Okay, the polls will be closed in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. The polls are now closed. And the results will be coming momentarily. And as soon as we have those tabulated, we'll put them on screen for you. I thank you for your patience as we work through the various aspects of technology and being online and in person. It does add a complexity to our deliberations, so I appreciate your patience. And the results are before you now. The motion has passed. Okay. We had planned to break for lunch at 12, but I think this would be an appropriate time to have a lunch break. So we, I didn't ask for a vote, Todd. We are not recessing. We are just taking a pause, and we will resume in 1 hour. So we will resume at 12:30. You know where the washrooms are here. If you're at home, I think you know where your washrooms are. So feel free to take that 1 hour break, and we will come back at 12:30 and look at the second resolution. And before we break here in person, John Glazier is going to offer the blessing. So I invite John to come forward now.
Shall we pray? Dear God, we thank you for the blessings of family, of congregations, of our mission center, and of our global church, Lord. At this time that we are making important decisions, we always ask your presence to be with us. We thank you for the gift of being able to commune together, not only in spirit and soul, but also in our sustenance. We thank you for the food that is being given to us today. We recognize you as our creator and our sustainer in all things. Thank you, Lord. We pray that, I pray for a blessing over them, that we will have that, not only that strength, but also that courage to do what is correct, what is right in this world. May we always walk humbly as your disciples, never be afraid, but yet be people of peace. Lord, we pray for those that don't have enough to eat at this time, the poor, and we are in solidarity with them. We declare our solidarity in the same way that Jesus is in solidarity with them. And in that wonderful and beautiful name of Christ, we pray. Amen.
I know how hard it is. So like, let them all dance like music. How you should share.
Test, test. You can hear me now? Yeah, but it's not coming out of the General Assembly here. Yeah, now I have it going into Zoom, but I don't have it coming into into the test. Testing. Test. 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 Test.
Hey, Jeannie, are you there? Jeannie, are you there? Okay, well, Jeannie may not be there, but everybody else who is, we lost connection here and we're trying to get it back. I'm on the one connection that is an outside connection. That's why I'm still in here with you. But we're trying to get it back. So, good thing it happened while we were at lunch, eh? All right, thanks.
I can send a message out.
Yeah, thanks. That's couldn't tell who was on there looking at my phone.
Yeah, it's Joy.
Thanks, Joy. Yeah, put a message in the chat letting folks know.
Okay.
Joy, what happened? I just saw.
They lost connection. I'll just put a message out.
Yeah, Pull Everywhere is crashing on people all over the place, or they have a huge lag. So everybody seems to be having issues.
Yeah, so just to clarify, it's not Pull Everywhere that's crashing. Remember, it's connected to the internet. And even we're having some lagging here at the internet. So we cannot account, and our standing rules give us that sort of flexibility, is that, if technology is, limits our ability, then unfortunately, that does not throw the conference into disarray. We'll do our best to try and address it, but it's not it's not like Poll Everywhere has crashed and nobody can vote. So unfortunately, is dependent on your browser, your computer, your connection speed, bandwidth, all of that. Our apologies that some are experiencing that. I'm experiencing a lag here, just not even on Poll Everywhere. I'm experiencing a lag even on Zoom over the cell phone network. So it may just be a systemic issue that we have no control over. We are trying to keep the polls are open for quite a while. So hopefully, even with a lag, it is possible to get your vote in. We are also keeping note that if there seems to be a large disparaging number of missing votes that affect, what if it makes the vote so close and we're missing, 10, 15 votes that if they all voted in a certain way would have made a difference. We are monitoring how many actual votes are arriving versus how many we are expecting. And it's a negligible difference of about 5%. And so far, that 5% would not have changed the outcome of any of these votes. Although, as members, there's a legislative action you have to perhaps challenge that if you'd like. It's always possible to call for a hand vote. I should clarify, at least I believe it is possible. There may be a certain way that procedure has to happen. I am not a parliamentarian, but that sort of thing is possible to sort of raise up.
recommendations for updated bylaws and governance models to better meet current and anticipated future needs of an international church with multiple national jurisdictions, all the while upholding common consent as an important principle of our governance heritage. And be it further resolved that this committee provide a report to the 2028 World Conference. Bryce, I will invite you to the podium for a motion.
Hello, I'm Bryce Taylor. I'm from the Gathering Place congregation, and I so move.
Thank you. I think you may need to repeat because I'm not sure the mic was on. Were you able to hear online? Yes, they were able. So, okay. Is there a second to this motion? Yes, I see a second. Before I invite Bryce to speak, if there is anyone that wants to speak for or against the motion, now would be the time to approach your steward. And I remind the body that the first person speaking for and against the motion has 5 minutes, and all subsequent speakers have 3 minutes. Brother Taylor.
Thank you very much. As Vonda has indicated to us, as the chair has indicated to us, this motion has gone through several steps and stages, and several people have worked with me as the steward to bring it to this point. It started quite large, and so it was quite complex. It still is a complex subject, and it's a complex, in many of its ramifications in that. But at the same time, it's actually quite simple. It's who are we as a people? Who are we trying to be? And so I'm going to read some of the background information, because otherwise, if I ramble, it'll take all my time, and I'd like to just get some clear points out. So if you bear with me, this is the support statement that comes with the way the World Church wants us to deal with motions these days. They like to have a support statement, and then they also like to have another statement that they refer to as a background information statement. So this is the support statement to go along with this. Community of Christ is working its way through several governance-related transitions, including non-geographic congregations operating on social media platforms, the establishment of some policies applicable only within certain national churches, the cultural shift of moving from a people with a prophet towards being a prophetic people, and the increased use of technology to allow remote participation for conferences, as well as sophisticated polling tools that facilitate consensus building processes within the conferencing model used by the community. Through a comprehensive review and clarification of the governance roles of all the bodies within the church, as well as the parliamentary consensus building tools currently used within Community of Christ and other organizations, there is an opportunity to create a unique set of consensus parliamentary procedures that can be a blessing to this church and a part of our missional offering to the world at large. One of the transitions facing both the leaders and the people is how is governance practiced in a highly decentralized approach to organizational structure. This motion will initiate a church-wide dialogue on the issue of governance, which may result in members through the present 3 levels of conferring, clarifying, and expanding the governance role of members' councils at all 3 organizational levels. Community development principles require that the people have a sense that they can organize community building activities and enterprises that express the identity of Community of Christ in their place. Community development principles require a sense of people controlling their own identity, their own resources, as well as their own destiny. In the context of a worldwide prophetic people, This requires a new dialogue which this motion on governance initiates. As the community of Christ moves towards the establishment of more national churches, and as new models of mission result in more non-geographical and online jurisdictions, there is a need for a simplified, updated, and clearly understood group of bylaws, models of governance, and methods for achieving common consent at all levels of the church.
Thank you, Bryce. The chair recognizes Nadine Manson from the Nadine Manson in the Scarborough location from the Gathering Place congregation to speak for the motion.
Madam Chair, this motion came forward from our congregation, and it has gone through some changes in order to make it a motion that would be acceptable to World Church. When we put this motion forward, it was definitely put forward from the congregation and with the intent that whatever changes were necessary, the congregation agreed that those changes would be made in order for it to go forward. And I wanted to make that very clear because I know there has been confusion in that there has been some different itinerations of the motion. But the intent of the congregation, and I'm saying this as pastor of record, was that this motion should go forward and that we were fully supportive of any changes that needed to be made in order for it to go forward. And in that regard, we are told in our Doctrine and Covenants that there are many different ministries that are going forward at this time and that we need to be open to new ministries, some of which we may not be aware of at this time. And as they come forward, sometimes they come forward painfully because we are caught in our old ways, and our bylaws sometimes are caught in our old ways, and it's very difficult to go forward. And so at this point, a review of our bylaws is very appropriate to make sure that we aren't held back in our mission and in the new tools that we have for mission. And that if we review and try to look potentially to the future and definitely in the tools that we have presently, and try to make it so that we aren't held back in our mission by bylaws that might have been created in the 1950s or 1970s or even 1990s or 2010. We don't want to be held back in our mission. And so I think we need to go forward and ask World Church to review bylaws that could be holding us back. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadine. I invite those who are in Woodfield or online, if you would like to speak, please reach out to your steward. The chair recognizes David Donahue of the Scarborough congregation in Scarborough for asking a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is this particular iteration of the motion, was it submitted to you before the cutoff?
This particular version was submitted just this week. So the original version have come before the March 15th deadline, with the understanding that they still had work to do with World Church to make appropriate revisions. So no, not this version. This version is very recent.
Thank you.
the chair recognizes in Scarborough John Hamer from the Toronto congregation to speak for the motion.
A little different height than a lot of people in the Mission Center. Thank you. I want to speak on John Hamer, the Toronto congregation. I want to speak in favor of this motion. I work very directly with Bryce in the social housing charity, and my experience with Bryce is that he is the greatest believer in democracy that I know. And in fact, he also believes very strongly in the capacity of committees in accomplishing things democratically through input as broad-based as possible. And I am so supportive of that. I believe that we ought to be operating based on our principle of common consent that is enshrined in the Doctrine and Covenants. I grew up in the Utah LDS Church. We have the same Doctrine and Covenants and that component of it with common consent. But common consent in the Utah Mormon Church is relegated now to simply voting to sustain whatever the leader says. So there is one-man rule, and that man is self-appointed through a system. And so common consent is really just not, anyway, it's reduced to being a show. And what drew me to this church is the idea that we actually all have a say together. And I believe input from a committee like this would be welcome for World Church leaders to review how we are exercising common consent. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I'm just checking online to see if there's anything coming forth in the queue. I'm not seeing any activity. It takes a while sometimes for the requests to come through online, so I want to make sure that if there's anyone that is attending virtually, that they have opportunity to speak. However, there does not seem to be any activity, so the chair is determining that I think we may be ready to vote on this issue. Okay, so, okay, just one moment. We may have someone wanting to speak. The chair is going to recognize after we lower the mic. The chair recognizes Lou Shepherdson of the Ottawa congregation to speak for the motion.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My name is Lou Shepherdson from the Ottawa congregation. I think that those of you who, like me, have carefully followed the evolution of this particular motion over the last couple of weeks, that's a perfect example of what this motion is about. If the motion that I first saw was up on the screen, I would have a lot more difficulty in supporting it. But because we went through a process, or to quote, since Bryce is the sponsor of this, to use his favorite term, because we have been in dialogue, we now have a much shorter, a much simpler, and a much clearer resolution in front of us. And that's exactly the process that I see that this motion
The conference has lost connection. We're gonna try and get it back real quick here. We've almost reestablished connection. We'll be right back, folks.
Awesome. That is good. Yeah. Thank you so much, Leandro. Sorry for putting you on the spot, but I knew you were up to the challenge. How are we doing tech-wise there? 1 minute, I'm told. So I'll remind you that we were at the point we were going to vote on the resolution.
Vonda, there's a raised hand.
Can you hear me online?
There's a raised hand.
Can you hear me online?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So while technology is doing their thing.
What's the raised hand for?
We were at the position that we were going to
Maybe
vote.
what happens is you need to, if you want to get the intention of the chair, you need to do that in the
I see a raised
submitting a
hand
motion or a legislative action in the queue.
online. David, were you wanting, you have a raised hand? Have you, we were at the place that we were going to vote just before we lost the internet.
Yes. I something very quick to say. I was reading that motion, and I'm no administration type of person, but I can't believe we don't have in place already a review of our bylaws and procedures in place to be done every 5 or 10 years. We're living in a society where so much is changing, and we're expanding out in the world so much more.
Thank you,
I
David,
would
but
think
we
that
had finished
okay, I
the
apologize.
dialogue and we were at the point of voting.
I
So thank you.
apologize.
All right, the motion should be coming forward. I have a point of order. The chair recognizes Nadine Manson from Gathering Place here in the Scarborough location. Nadine?
Madam Chair, I don't know if it's actually a point of order, but the Zoom participants did not hear all of Lou's speech, what Lou said. They were cut off before Lou was finished.
Okay. I'm hearing, would you like to hear Lou again? I'm hearing some yeses. Lou, would you like to? I will allow that to happen because of that disconnect, because we have the time.
Now, the
So
challenging
you were
part-
at 1 minute, 29 seconds.
Yes.
So
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The challenging part is whether I can remember what I actually said, but the gist of what I was trying to get across was I said that for people like me who actually had followed and read all the various versions of this motion as it came forward over the last couple of weeks, we really witnessed what this motion is really about. That my challenge would have been very different today in terms of voting for this resolution if it had been the original version. But because we, as Bryce's favorite word is, because we were in dialogue with people and amongst ourselves, we iteratively came up with a better solution. We came up with this resolution, which is much simpler and clearer for us to vote. Is asking that the church does and is to look at the things that constrain how we govern ourselves and to try and clarify and simplify so that we have a better idea of who we are as a people and how we can continue to be that people. Close?
thank you. Thank you, Lou, for repeating what you had said earlier. So we are going to go ahead with the vote as we had planned, and I see that the queue is ready. Before I open the voting, I want to remind you that if you vote no, that means the resolution would not be forwarded to World Conference. If you vote yes, that means it would be forwarded to the World Church Secretary for consideration for the 2025 conference. So you are voting whether or not you want that to go to conference or not. The resolution, I can't recall if I had gotten to read the resolution before. I had? Repeat that? Okay. So the polls are now open online, and I invite those who are on Zoom in Woodfield location or here in Scarborough to proceed with your vote. Raise your hands if you are, raise your voting cards, I'm sorry, if you are in favor of this motion. And keep them raised until the count has been made. Thank you. Those opposed, same sign. Those that are online, you should be voting through Poll Everywhere, and the polls are open. And the polls will close in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and the polls are now closed. We will tabulate the vote and put it before you momentarily. And here is how you have voted. The motion has passed. Thank you. Thank you for your deliberations. And at this time, I will relinquish the chair to President Mary Jean Belrose.
As you know, when you're planning a conference, as you may know, it's really difficult for us to be able to judge how much time it takes for business to actually proceed and to be accomplished. And so when we planned this day, actually, there wasn't anything on the agenda for business, and we had planned for the possibilities of using this time for just discussing some other things and talking about where the church might be going forward and how we might be going forward and so on. So we do have some time this afternoon to actually do some of that. That's great. Thank you so much for those of you who passed in some questions for our Apostle Art. I'm going to pass the microphone over to him, and he's going to take that opportunity to address those questions that were sent in. All right. Again, sorry, I'm going to change. We're going to flip here. We were also going to talk about mission, and I'd asked John Hamer to come up and talk about celebrating mission. And this is really quite an exciting new plan that John has for us going forward. So John, would you like to do that first, and then we'll have Art do the questions.
as Mary Jean was saying, we didn't know exactly how long we were going to have, and so I was on call to entertain you for anywhere from 15 minutes to 3 hours, and so we'll we'll make it somewhere in between there. And so we're going to have some slides, and so we'll be able to, from that, talk a little bit about what we're doing as Community of Christ in Canada in terms of some of our strategic planning, how we are working towards promoting mission sustainably as Community of Christ in Canada. And so I don't know if those slides are coming and if I need the clicker. No, I don't need the clicker. So when we talk about Community of Christ in Canada, Canada was the first country after the United States where the church was organized, where the church expanded to right at the very beginning in the 1830s. And yet, when that happened, and throughout almost all of our history, Canada was essentially treated as an adjunct of the United States. And so whereas the church was organized separately, let's say in the United Kingdom or in Australia, in Canada, the way the districts tended to work was you would be part of the Detroit International Stake, and then your congregation would be more connected, let's say, to Detroit if you were in Windsor. Or if you were in Vancouver, you were more attached to the congregations that are in the Pacific Northwest. And so it has been only more recently that we have reorganized, and many of those congregations have, been taken from their historic ties to their neighbors across the border and brought into our mission centers. And it is really only within the last 5 or 6 years that we, I think, have started talking about more ourselves as Community of Christ in Canada and thinking about ourselves as Community of Christ in Canada. And there is a bunch of advantages, I think, for us to do that. I can say one of them for me has been, as a Canadian 70, getting able to go when we go to World Conference, being able to be part of the international leaders section, as opposed to being part of the US leaders section. And so I get to meet all of these wonderful leaders from all around the world, which makes the World Conference experience. I mean, I love visiting the Americans too. I'm an American by birth, but it's fun to be able to have all of that. And so here it is where we have the slides up in Community of Christ in Canada. And so one of the ways we've been doing this, let's go to the next one. So the Canadian church has a lot of amazing expressions, and over the course of the last few years, as we have been engaging in visioning who we are as a church and how we are planning to sustain mission across Canada, we realize that there is, in fact, an amazing variety that we have. In some cases, we maybe do feel like we have more connection to the immediate folks across the border than we do across this amazing country. And yet, we also find that there are distinctions that Canada has that where the mission of the church needs to be translated for our particular context. And as that very first nation where the church is organized outside the home nation of the United States, we also provide a model and an example for those other nations as they are attempting to define and live and translate the mission distinctives to their context. And so we also have the ability to serve as trailblazers and leaders for that. And so that's what we've been trying to do as we go forward through the All Voices process. Yeah, I don't know if I do say advanced slide, or maybe the clicker will come. Thank you, Troy. And it's the arrow buttons, except for it's out of range. It's just not changing there. So we're not figuring it out. Is this okay? Is it just delayed or what is happening?
Sorry, folks on Zoom, we're having internal network delays here.
Against the church. So those of us who come to the conferences are a particular category. And it's wonderful that we are committed in this way, but there are, for example, lots of your relatives who maybe are younger, who are committed to church identity through reunions, who aren't here, right, in this. And so part of All Voices has been discerning all of those, bringing those all together into Bryce's word dialogue, so that we can be visioning together for the future. So All Voices, let's see if I can stand somewhere where I can also read. Come up here. So All Voices shows that across Canada, Community of Christ, where Community of Christ exists, where disciples, seekers, congregations, reunions, church-sponsored charities, new expressions, and other groups and networks are actively engaged in mission. So vital missional activities, all of our congregations are engaged in those. We are building up Zion in our communities through any number of things that are happening. So we might be doing charitable dinners. We might be having service projects, food drives, conversation circles, spiritual practices, meditation groups. You might have invited Troy to come and do a labyrinth walk in your parking lot or anywhere where you can unfold that. The prayer shawl ministries that people have. Just there are so many ways that we're all of us as disciples or as congregations together or as charitable affiliates of the church where we are physically or spiritually providing for the needs in our communities in countless ways. So, but we don't always hear about, and what I've heard many times people say when we come to these conferences is, what is everybody doing? Why don't we know what all the things are going on? So what are they doing in North Bay, in Low Banks, in Grand Valley? They might be doing something wonderful there. Maybe they're doing something that would inspire us to do something amazing in our congregation. But not hearing those missional stories, we may feel like each individual congregation is in a silo, like we're an island, isolated, all by ourselves, doing our own little thing. sometimes we do hear about a program, so we say, oh, well, the Mission Center has been promoting this or that thing. And then we say, wait a second. Why is the Mission Center paying so much more attention to that program? We're doing something even more missional and amazing here in our congregation. It's not like we're wanting thanks or recognition, but we want people to know that we're actually accomplishing something. We want people to know that we are committed to mission, and that's happening. And so that is feedback that I've heard many times having given presentations at Mission Center conferences. So an advantage to being a church is that we are part of a network. We have congregations and other mission expressions spread all the way across Canada. But we only realize that advantage when we have strong connections with each other. The more connections that we build, the more we can have and realize all of those advantages. So how do we break out of the silos that we sometimes feel like we're in? How do we make that connection? So Community of Christ in Canada is putting forth then a new program called Celebrate Mission that is intending to address this challenge, intending to bring us together in this really important ways. And so because of its connection to social media, we're also calling it #CelebrateMission. How are we celebrating mission together? So the goals of this program include a foundation of building on the missional activities that you were already doing. So here in Scarborough, you are already engaged in missional activities. In our charitable affiliates, we are already doing amazing things. You might be individually as a disciple doing something really amazing for mission and outreach. We're not telling you to do anything different than that. You're already doing that. The foundation level is what you're doing. We want now, next, to celebrate the mission that you are achieving. And that's not something we often like to do or even take time out to do. Giving ourselves pats on the back doesn't feel like that's something we ought to be doing. We feel like, no, we ought to get back to making more dinner or making another canned food drive. But actually taking time to actually acknowledge that we've done something is vitally important for a number of reasons that we'll get into. But I will say, this is something that we had in the Toronto congregation where we had an amazing program called Joy Bringers, where on a monthly basis we would make dinners for seniors in the neighborhood. And it was always looked on by members of the congregation almost with regret because we aren't able to do it anymore, as opposed to looking back and saying, this was an amazing thing that we did, and that we can have that as part of our legacy. This informs the kind of mission that we did once, and this also is part of how we're going to do mission in the future because we have this experience that we remember and we've celebrated. So even though it's not in our nature to want to pat ourselves on the back, that's not what we're trying to do here. We're trying to, in fact, acknowledge that we've done this missional thing, this thing that is so vital to our identity. We want to create an indelible memory of that achievement. We know how life works. I have been on so many trips where I didn't take any pictures, and I don't remember that trip. I know from my parents' slideshow, like we would go through the same slides over and over. We had I'm old enough that we have slides, and that kind of a thing. And so I have now all of those scanned, and I also remembered them anyway. So in other words, every single trip that we took when I was a little kid, that there's a picture of it, I remember that because of the slide, right? And the same thing is true for any congregational activity. If we take a picture of it, then we remember that we did that. And so, in other words, part of the celebrating of this is acknowledging it, taking something to make it last. It doesn't have to only be pictures, there's videos, there's writing a little summary, there's different ways that we are creating a memory of that achievement. When we start to do this, again, this is the missional activities you guys are already doing, but celebrating them, creating memories of them, that builds into a culture of success. So all the times in the congregation that we thought, oh, well, we don't do that anymore. We used to do such incredible missional things, but we can't because we're older now and we don't get anything done. If instead we're saying, no, we are accomplishing this, and we're doing this every month when we are having this amazing event that we're doing, this drive, we remember that. And so then that creates, on the one hand, instead of a feeling like we aren't accomplishing anything, it turns that cycle around and it makes sure that we feel like we are accomplishing that. And when you have a culture like that, that's something that people want to be a part of. And that allows us to invite new seekers to share in these missional activities. So it may turn out that an amazing missional activity that you're doing is something that some of these younger family members who do show up to reunions, they may want to be a part of if they got invited, if they saw it on social media that you're doing this. If they see that you're knitting prayer shawls, they might want to learn how to knit, including, young men might want to learn how to do that. You don't think that, but actually people are interested in some of these skills and some of these activities that just have never been given the opportunity to learn about. And so when we are seeing that, that allows you to invite some of those friends and family members, but also new people who are seeing it, want to be a part of it. And that then also allows all of us to share ideas across the network in Canada. So we're seeing what all of these congregations are doing. We're celebrating that together. We're saying, hey, we could do that, here in Toronto. We can do that in Lowbanks and so on. So, okay. At first glance, I've given you this huge pie chart. Only that first step was the one you were already doing. That seems like, oh my goodness, that's a lot of work. We're volunteers. We are already maxed out. We're already tired. It's all we can do to have the canned food drive. We cannot do anything more. You've made this pie chart with all these extra colors, John. It sounds pretty, but I don't want to do that. But the chart is really like this, which is to say the activity that you're already doing is where the real work is coming, And so you're doing, the missional activity is what's taking the most of the time. The additional parts of celebrating it, of taking, a photo, of writing a 2-sentence summary, of putting that into a Celebrate mission system so the Canadian Church Communications team can help you celebrate that Canada-wise. That is not the same as all of the work of making the canned food drive in the first place. You're already doing the lion's share of this. So an example here, this week or whenever it exactly happened in Scarborough, in preparation to host this Mission Center conference, members got together and they decided that they needed to clean and get the building ready. And so that is a service project. That was a missional activity. And they invited all of the regulars who come and do that, and they all came and did it, and they've made this incredible conference possible by their actions. As important as that work was, as much fellowship that might have happened as everybody was wandering around and talking and excited to see each other and sharing, that kind of routine activity might just go straight down the memory hole and be gone, right? So that is the kind of thing that you might never, ever remember again that you got together to do. But then something different happened. So with Troy's help, Linda and the congregation created an amazing video. And I don't know how many of you saw the video on Facebook or on one of the social media platforms. Okay, so we're gonna get everybody a chance to watch it if the technology allows us. So. We'll try.
Hi! Welcome to Scarborough. Come on in. So happy you are coming here to Spring Conference. This is our sanctuary. This is where you're going to be gathering for the most of the day. It's been so long since everybody's had an opportunity to get together like this on COVID, and that's going to be up. So here we here in April. Sanctuary, pastor cleaning the sanctuary, doing an excellent job, I must say. Obviously, the fellowship hall, that's what's happening right now. This is where you will have breakfast, snacks, meals, and very possibly some interesting and seriously nurturing fellowship conversation. Kitchen, there will be food, breakout rooms, 5 rooms, as you can see. It's really disorganized and all, but the cleaning up just really exciting to host this now. Welcome, and I'll show you the way out. This is probably actually the way that you will come in. This is our parking lot out here. If there isn't enough room for your car, there's plenty of room around the building for you to run. Oh, yes, Dave's organizing our cleanup. Our cleaning stuff. I know I'm showing you the door, but seriously, welcome to start. We hope you have a really meaningful and enjoyable conference.
Okay, so so even though the bandwidth was really low and you couldn't even hear the audio, you could still read it and see it and how much joy there was in that video. And so just how amazing it therefore is to, when you are doing something that you're going to do anyway, like clean the building, that if you have somebody who is, obviously in this case you had Troy here, and he is very skilled, and he was able to make something that was, a little bit more amazing that you might otherwise be able to do. But what the idea is if you are taking a video like this, we'll have tools and techniques and also systems that we are working on to help tutorials and to also help you guys be able to maximize what you're doing. So it doesn't have to be a video that has been processed like this. It also can be as simple as an incredible, just a photo of doing something. The pastor doing the mopping, as we saw in the corner there, as part of the video. So there would be any number of those kind of things. And so if we can, the slides are going again or no? I don't know. There we go. So from then, in other words, when Scarborough creates their mission celebration, it was shared by the Canada East Mission Center channels and Community of Christ in Canada channels. And as you guys saw, about half of you maybe, or at least a third, sort of had already seen that video. And so lots of people are seeing that and are celebrating with Scarborough, and actually were feeling very welcomed to come here before they even got here. And so this is just an example of how we want to be celebrating mission across Canada, and how we are going to have a program that essentially empowers you all to do that. So of course, we are already celebrating mission in all kinds of wonderful ways through our own channels. This is a brand new Ziontario newsletter that found its way into my email box. I don't know if everybody signed up for getting these, but it's amazing. And we have, in a lot of cases, congregations, we have our own websites, or in some cases, different social media channels. We might be doing email newsletters. We might have email chains. We might be doing phone ministry. There are all kinds of ways we are already doing that. The goal of Celebrate Mission is to share, on the one hand, effective practices, so that, in this case, the Ziontario newsletter is very professional already. They don't need any help from us, and some of the congregations are doing amazing things, but others we could maybe help with some formatting, or how this might get through, have better search engine optimization, that kind of a thing. So as we start to help with some of those best practices, and how it's funneled together to the church communications team, the Canadian communications team, including we have a dedicated social media staff person now who will be helping us with all of that. I'm hesitant to press the button more than once, so lest it go. Okay, so let me just say again then how this works. So we are building on missional activities that you're already doing. And so maybe this happens by calling a congregation communications officer or a Celebrate mission team. And maybe that involves, for example, talking to one of your younger people in the congregation or who might come to an activity and empowering them to use their phone to take a video. And guess what? It turns out when you actually invite people and they have a role and a need, then they actually feel like they're wanted there and they're needed there. And so actually, even though we're hesitant often to invite, invite is the first mission initiative, and it's how we actually build community. So we maybe have that additional role, which is not so much bigger than doing the whole missional activity to begin with. Hesitate to press twice. So that person will take pictures and videos, and maybe another person will help write simple summaries of what you did. Those can be shared on your own channels, just like you're already doing, but there's also a system for taking that to the Canadian communications through Celebrate Mission. As a result, that's going to help you, again, build that culture of success. It'll show a thing that people will want to be a part of. That will help you invite new seekers to share in this kind of activity. People will see that, they'll want to do those kind of things with you, and that will in turn help us all across Canada not feel like we're alone in our silos, but in fact we're part of an amazing group of people that are all engaged in mission together. So I had time for, I don't know how much time I've taken already and how much time I have, but for questions and answers. So are there questions about this? Yes. Yeah.
Thanks. So Catherine Manson from Barrie Congregation. So we've got a Celebrate Mission. Is it somebody from the Canada communication team that then feeds it to the website, or are we responsible for doing that? How is that process going to work?
There it is. Okay, yes. So we're going to begin right now until September. This is something for you to be thinking about now in terms of, you can already start taking pictures and already thinking about having a communications team or a Celebrate Mission officer. That's something that everybody can do. The Mission Center president teams for Canada East have put forward 4 diverse congregations here in Canada East and 2 in Canada West, along with the Creating Connection directors. And what they are going to do is be part of our prototype for the next 6 months. And in that sense, they're being for us kind of our guinea pigs. So we have written up a bunch of these instructions already, and we're going to talk to those congregations and their officers for the course of the next 6 months. And we're going to find out how bad our instructions are, because people will not understand them, and then they'll send us all kinds of things and we'll say, what is this? And so on, back and forth. And so our goal is at the end of that, in 6 months in September for the next Mission Center conference, our goal is, if we do a great job of that, we'll open it up to everybody. If it turns out that it's a lot slower going than we'd hoped, and in other words, that the system is so complicated and cumbersome, then we'll add another 12 congregations or 20 congregations or whatever we're able to accomplish. But my goal is that we will have better tutorials based on the prototype experience, with, again, a wide kind of a range of what these congregations, so there's little rural congregations, online congregations, all the different types, so that we have the kind of system in place. So it's something to be thinking about for everybody else, and it will be that there will be interaction between the whoever is the congregation designates. So it's either for a pastor, or better yet, if you find a Celebrate Mission officer or a communications officer that you can call, and that person will be talking directly to the team. Yeah, you're all. No, we can't.
I forgot about our online folks, my apologies. You said you were going to select 4 congregations, or could we nominate a congregation that we know is already doing that, such as, I won't mention their name, but it's St. Thomas area?
Yeah. So I think St. Thomas is one of the congregations. So the 4 congregations that the Mission Center presidents here, I think, have are St. Thomas, Slim, Providence Bay, and Kitchener. So those are the 4 that are going to do the extra work of working with us to develop. Oh, they don't know that. I'm sorry. Well, okay, I'm sorry, if they opt out, if any of them opt out, then some of you guys can opt in, okay? So, anyway, I'm sorry. I didn't, so we're going to have a prototype period. We are thinking of 4 congregations. You might be one of the 4 you might have just heard. So. Kathy.
Am I on? There it is. I'm thinking too, as I'm listening, that that someone might misinterpret that this has to be a whole congregation that is being reported on. So I'm thinking, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that if someone in the congregation is doing something that is exciting, that somebody else might want to do somewhere else, that would be fine too.
Absolutely. Yeah, so at the very beginning of this, like I said, Community of Christ in Canada identity is experienced by an amazing variety of stakeholders, and that includes individual disciples and actually seekers who are massively engaged with us. So we have friends who are part of Community of Christ who are not formally members even, right? And so when people are engaged in that kind of missional activity, they will also be invited, everyone is also invited to be part of this. And so it is also, there are reunions, of course, all of our charitable affiliates, all of our new expression communities, so yes.
And I'm thinking too that different congregations need to be themselves. This is something that I truly believe in, that if you're listening to what somebody else is doing and you go, oh, wouldn't that be wonderful? But maybe it's not your congregation's strong point. So I'm thinking you look to your own congregation's strong points and you use that. That's where you should be coming from. Is that?
Absolutely. The thing that the thing that I would like to avoid the most is people look at Toronto congregation and they see beyond the walls and they say, we can't do beyond the walls in our congregation. That's something that they can do in Toronto. And we do not want people to do beyond the walls in every congregation. That is not the goal of any of these kind of things, right? So every congregation is doing missional activities. And what we're just trying to do in this is you do not have to replicate anybody's, but rather, I think that the personality of, we didn't have the good audio but because of our bandwidth, but the personality of Scarborough comes through so amazingly as Linda is welcoming everyone in, and this is a service activity which is just cleaning the building, right? And there's that much joy and that much wanting to be a part of that kind of an activity. And so yes, there are all kinds of things that you're doing in your congregation, and that's the character that you guys have, that's the passion that you're bringing, and that's what we want to celebrate with you. Oh, question online, and then, yes. Can you highlight Verlin Rowett? Oh, there we go.
I'm here.
Hi.
From this exercise, there may be some basic things, like how do you find volunteers, in your community if you're wanting to do something, or where do you find funds if you want to, do something that you need to get some funds for. And it doesn't have to come always within the congregation or whatever. Community out there, they want to help and they want to do things too. And maybe if there's a thread of some basic ideas of how to do certain things, that might help every congregation no matter what they do.
Absolutely, yeah. So I think that to your point exactly, sometimes when we do, I mentioned that thing that Toronto congregation did, the Joy Bringers dinner. We stopped doing that because our members got so old that they felt that they couldn't cook dinners like that. We didn't necessarily have to stop at that moment if we had been inviting other people in the neighborhood who enjoyed those dinners and who maybe wanted to be a part of the service aspect of it. We sometimes don't think of that. And so this point you're making, that there are, sometimes you have to be the catalyst for an activity within your community. I know Barry does this all the time. You only have so many active members, and so you work within an interfaith community, you work with other community partners in order to have a shared activity. So absolutely. So Alfredo, I don't know if the microphone got near you. Where is that? Oh, it's here. All the way.
Alfredo here. John, I love the idea. You know, there's a lot of groups that I participate in through social media, and every day I get inundated with their information. It's kind of exciting. It makes you feel like that organization is doing a lot. I would love to be able to wake up before going to work and having something being delivered to me, a message like Linda's video for Scarborough on a weekly basis.
Yeah.
I know there'll be a pilot project till September, and I don't want to scare people because it's not your intention, but I'm wondering, just so that to assure success of a program like this, would there be an opportunity there where congregations perhaps could contribute an annual amount that would allow for the mission center to hire somebody, even on a part-time basis, to be a communications person to help us? You know, this project is with 4 congregations, but as more congregations get involved, I wouldn't want this idea to fall between the gaps because funding is missing.
So you're saying the congregations
to contribute, towards a central person that might be available.
So so part of the program right now, the Canadian Communications team comes out of the Canada Church's strategic projects program. And so that is a program that that we have funded as congregations. So congregations made matching contributions matched our donor to fund that, but there can continue to be contributions towards that. So so if a congregation is really excited about Celebrate Mission, which would just be like the flagship here of the communications team program, they can make a contribution to the Community of Christ in Canada for to Celebrate Mission, and then that will go into that project, and we will be able to have the funding allocated to that. Yes, Lori Mutri.
I was wondering if we have a project already on the go, who do we report it to? One of those 4 congregations you mentioned?
No, you can still send that to the communications team. So, right, Leandro? I mean, if people are doing things, I think it's all right to start sending us stuff. So, yeah. So no, send it to. So what email should they send it to for now? info@communityofchrist.ca. And so, yeah, don't send it to the poor congregations. That's not their job. But yes, we're excited to hear about all of that. And we want to celebrate that. So in other words, we have existing channels with, for example, the CEM newsletter, the CWM newsletter, the website. In other words, we already are doing these things. What we're trying to do is harmonize all that. So in the meantime, we're not telling you guys don't celebrate mission yet. Please start, and so there's nothing stopping you. We're just telling you that it's taking us a little while to build systems that are going to be more effective and more helpful for you, but we want you to go for it now. So yes, thank you.
So info@communityofchrist.ca.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
John, so far you've talked about congregations. Is this also for affiliates?
Yes.
People want to know, certainly for me, I would love to know more about what's going on with Zarin and World Accord and so on, because that's our mission too.
Absolutely. So and when talking to a Mission Center conference, I'm feeling like the majority of people are representing congregations, but I do not in any sense want to say that we are isolating this to congregations only. The affiliates are absolutely central to communications and the mission that we're doing. And so I want to hear from Encounter. I want to hear from Cienito, from Zarin, from World Accord, all of our amazing missional affiliates, and also other kinds of programs that are not, like, for example, the International Climate Justice Committee. That's not technically an affiliate, I think, and it's not technically, I mean, it's just its own thing. And so it's part of, it's doing mission, and we want to celebrate it. So absolutely. All right. Well, anyway, thank you so much for your enthusiastic reaction. I absolutely have felt the need for this for a whole long time. I just haven't, we haven't been able to get all of our ducks together to be able to propose this. We do now have help in terms of a communications team and some specialists working for Community of Christ in Canada, and that is allowing us to put time forward to develop some basic systems that'll make this easier for everybody so that we can put this in place. And I think at the end of the day, we're all going to feel much more connected when we see all of the amazing things that everyone is doing across Canada. So thank you. Leandro is the leader of the communications team. You can say everybody.
I'm the head of the communications team for Canada. We have Stephanie, who started working recently for us, who's our social media specialist. We have Mary Jean in our team, and we also have, but then people are going to see me online. And we also have what we had out west, Sandra. Sandra is not going to be working with us starting, I think, next month. And so we're still figuring out how things are going to look after that. But we might have another person, another communications person or not, but definitely, since we're thinking of Canada-wide for this, we're going to bring the communications team that has been a little bit just divided and sometimes overlapping a little bit on what we were trying to do. So we're going to try to bring everyone together so we can start celebrating mission together across Canada. And so if you're in Vancouver or here in Ontario, it's the same team. But yeah, if you know me, you can just get in touch with me online or when you see me in person sometimes. But yeah, no, definitely. Just don't wait to celebrate. Okay, just continue to celebrate. If you're celebrating, that's wonderful. But we do have one of the challenges has been to find out what's going on. And sometimes I get to a campground and everyone tells me all the wonderful things that have been happening, but they already happened. And we never heard of unless you sit down to me at lunch and you tell me all the things that are happening in your congregation. So we're trying to get like the word out there so that everyone knows. And that way we can inspire other congregations to just to do the same, to show that it is possible. I think we're going to take a break. I think that's an apostolic command.
We've been dialoguing about the bylaws. We've decided to add an extra one. There shall be a break. Is that okay if we? Yeah. Okay, so I know we've got some time for Q&A, but let's take a little break. 10 minutes, and then we can be back, and it'll give us a good, generous hour for some conversation.
Hey, hello, folks online. Marshall, are you going to hang around for a little bit still? You're going to hang around for the last Q&A with Art? I guess some people want to see it.
Fields, whoops, sorry, Woodfield's here. Marshall had to go home because of his schoolwork, but we're
Okay,
here.
you're going to stay on?
Oh yeah, we're staying on, and then we'll be on for the memorial at 4:30 too.
Okay, but you know it's a different link.
Yes, we'll be on the
Okay.
different link at 4:30.
All right, we'll see you there. I don't know. You have to get Peter. Yeah, I don't know. All right, thanks. Thanks, Ron.
Can I invite everyone to come back to the sanctuary for our closing session? Please come back. You want to sing?
Are we reassembling?
Yeah. Can I invite you to please come back to your seats so that we can finish our last session for the day?
Okay, so those who are interested in a little bit of question and answer time, come on in. I understand. I don't know. There may be still snacks out in the hall. So, oh, they're all gone. Well, come on in for questions then. I see a few people snagged the last remaining snacks. So let me just quick say. So I know a number of people submitted questions with their registration. So we've collected those questions, and I realized that I wasn't even going to be able to answer necessarily all of them, but we have help. So Sam Smalden is here, who is our Associate Bishop of Canada, And John Glazer is evangelizing outside on the sidewalk, but I think he'll be in as well, so we'll have a chance to hear from John. Generally, I'm hoping to kind of work through those questions that everyone submitted. So, but this one's a quick one from Joyce Ann. So whether we have a congregation in Moncton, New Brunswick, and we do not. So we don't have any organized congregation east of Montreal. We do have, of course, there are people out there, but not officially organized into a congregation. So, but we can talk more. And generally, we kind of say Canada East Mission Center kind of picks up responsibility all the way through the Maritimes. But like I say, we're not really organized in congregations out there. So, welcome everybody this afternoon. And I said we had an hour, but Mary Jean has reminded me that we've got about 15 minutes of closing activities to do at 3. So we've got about 45 minutes, but we will have a chance to address some of the questions that were sent in. And I want to address the first one that was on my list first of all, because it struck me as perhaps the most important question that was submitted. And that was a question submitted by Steve Northey. Who here knows Steve? Yes. Steve is lovely. And Steve's question was, these were submitted as kind of questions to the apostle, admittedly, but Steve's question was, how is your mother? So I need to answer that one first. And let me just say this. So my mom is doing fine, and she says hello and sends her greetings to everyone here who knows her. And she's doing fine. She has actually been through some health struggles lately that have kept her challenged, but she's got some helpful diagnoses now on a couple of things and some treatments that are well underway. And so she's doing well right now, health-wise. In another part of her life, so where she's doing over the moon extraordinarily well, which is very cool to me, is that my mother is incredibly engaged, passionately excited about the Guelph congregation of Community of Christ. So when I was thinking about how my mother is doing, I stayed with her now just for 24 hours here this week before coming over here. And I probably spent about 20 of those hours listening to her go on and on about all the exciting things happening in Guelph. So I want to just kind of encourage you, if you bump into anyone from Guelph, heads up to the Celebrate Mission team. Maybe we need to pay attention to what's going on there. But my understanding, it's just really interesting. A congregation that has struggled to figure out what to do with a little bit smaller group than they used to have, a little bit older group on average maybe than they used to have, and a much older building than they used to at one time have, and trying to figure out how to manage and cope with that deteriorating building was a real challenge that they have now moved beyond. So the Guelph building has been sold, and the congregation has an amazing plan for mission moving forward. So how is my mother doing? Health-wise, pretty good. Emotionally, motivationally, spiritually, really good. And she would love to, if you, she's generally a little bit of a shy, quiet person, but if you ask her about how the Guelph, what's going on with the Guelph congregation, she might talk your ear off. So I would say by all means, give her a call. They are really working on actively seeking partners in their community who are interested in engaging with them in these wonderful enduring principles and mission initiatives that we have. And they're discovering that we are not alone in wanting to work on those things, and they're really finding a lot of joy in in beginning to establish those kind of partnerships and doing a whole slate of new creative programs that are not dependent on them owning and taking care of a 100-plus-year-old building. So anyway, that's a little bit about how my mother is doing that I thought I would just answer first. So if Steve is listening, there you go. That's how Mom is doing. So I have another question that was submitted by Joe Morgan from Port Elgin, right? Does everyone know Joe? Yeah. So Joe says, are there small projects children in congregations could be doing to assist with worldwide initiatives? So that's a really cool question. It's a challenging question too. I have to admit, over the years, I have enthusiastically accepted gifts. There's Joe. Hey, there's Joe. Josephine, how are you? So over the years, I have enthusiastically accepted gifts of congregations who want to feel connected with and help the church outside of the US or Canada. I remember once I had this whole congregation that was very excited about trying to support a congregation in Brazil with school supplies. And I carried a giant suitcase of pencils and paper and I don't know what all around South America on my way to eventually arriving in Brazil, where I needed to carry those school supplies to. By the time I got there, with all the excess baggage fees that I paid, I think each one of those pencils was probably worth about $5. So that's why I say this is a little bit of a tricky question. So my answer would be, we should talk some more. I think there are all sorts of wonderful things that congregations and even children in congregations can do to help support and feel connected with the church in other parts of the world. So the folks in Haiti, the folks in India and Nepal in my field certainly can use the prayerful support of members and kids and friends in the church here. We have all sorts of interesting possibilities, I think, in terms of connecting people on social media. It used to be pen pals, but these days that's in a way so much easier, and not only even in places where they speak English, but in places using, with the machine translation and stuff that's available on social media. There are all sorts of amazing possibilities. I just had, on my first trip to India, I ended up, after a stint in Tamil Nadu, we flew up to Andhra Pradesh and got picked up at the airport by Brother Siamal, who is our mission center president for the Andhra Pradesh Mission Center. And then his son, Ezra, who is like 19 or 20 years old, was with him. And we rode in the car. Siamal was driving. Three of us were sitting in the comfortable seats, and poor Ezra was like sitting in the back of on the kind of the jump seat in the back of this vehicle that they had. And mostly we were talking with Siamal. I was getting to know him. And after a bit, Ezra pipes up in the back seat and he says, "You're from Canada?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm from Canada." And, oh. And then we drive a few more kilometers, and after a while he says, "So do you know a lot of people in Canada?" I said, "Well, yeah, I mean, I know quite a few people." He's like, "In the church?" I'm like, "Well, yeah, I know a lot of people in the church, kind of across Canada." And finally he says, "Do you know someone named Amelia?" I'm like, trying to think, who do I know named Amelia? It's your Amelia. Yeah, after it finally clicked. And in fact, I think I was involved back when Andrew Bolton was the field apostle for South Central Asia. And Andrew had identified some folks. No, I think it was the other way around. I think it was Amelia's mom who was looking for someone to be a pen pal. And I had reached out, I was like, well, everybody in my field speaks other languages than English, but maybe Andrew. And Andrew had found this kid in Andhra Pradesh in India named Ezra, and he had become pen pals with Amelia Goheen in Alberta, and now here I was, like 2 apostles later, and I'm talking to 19-year-old or 20-year-old Ezra, and he's been a pen pal with Amelia Goheen for like 10 years, and they continue to keep in touch. And he gave me updates on how Amelia was doing, which was really cool. So I think there's some interesting possibilities there. We have to be careful about kind of doing things that don't make sense, because sometimes when we think we're helping, it's not really the best way to help. We've got all sorts of projects that are funded by worldwide mission tides around the world, and through World Hunger projects around the world, and all those things are supported by the worldwide mission budget. And I actually think, there's some really creative things we could do in terms of helping encourage kids to put their quarters or their nickels or their loonies or their toonies, or to fundraise a little bit to help support. Maybe it's not necessarily inspiring to say, yeah, we're supporting the worldwide mission budget, but I can certainly help you, and I think Sam and I can help in terms of, helping people understand some of the really cool stuff that those monies go to support, and maybe even connecting with like some pictures or some pen pals or, all of that together. So if you're interested in that kind of thing, Joe's gone from the screen, but if you're interested in that kind of thing, reach out to your mission center leaders or to me, and we can talk some more about that, because I think there's tons of cool potential there. That sound okay? How am I doing at answering questions so far? I don't know. Okay. So the third question that was submitted was from Ann Hughes. That was, what will leadership do to address membership's loss of trust, especially in regard to financial matters? What is being put in place? So I'm grateful to Ann for the question. And, I don't know that I have just an easy kind of answer to that question. Trust is a complicated kind of thing that I think we are in relationship with each other, and we need to continually do things to work on building trust. I do think that communication and sharing with each other is always very helpful in helping to remind us that we know each other, that we are in community together, and that we can trust each other. I think we heard even this morning people saying how helpful it was to be able to get on Zoom and to listen directly to World Church leaders. I don't know about you, but it felt to me like a huge relief when we had, I forget what day it was, Stacy, after the March 5th announcement, when we got to the stage of kind of having like a y'all come kind of Zoom where anyone could log on, or pastors, maybe it was pastors, but there may have been some non-pastors who snuck in. But anyway, where we were all able to come in and listen to firsthand from World Church leaders. So I think as we're continuing to work on nurturing trust with each other, thankfully we have some technology today that allows for us to really not just kind of go through the old administrative lines, and hear second, third, fourth hand, but to be able to engage with each other more directly. I think, we're going to continue to work on that kind of trust building. Trust, of course, I think kind of goes both ways. It was exciting to me to see when we had recently a presiding bishopric update, and there were quite a few people on the Zoom. I know I've seen some of the statistics on how many people typically watch the videos of the presiding bishopric reports, and sometimes it's not many. Or sometimes I wonder if it maybe is, you could almost use that other any word. Sometimes it's just not any other than if I think, well, gosh, I mean, if everybody in the World Church Leadership Council watched that report, that would account for all the clicks on that website, you know? So I think as we move forward, I hope that the challenges of the last month or so, in a way, lead all of us to kind of commit to being engaged with each other. So we want to trust each other, but we also want to pay attention and listen, and so that we can be strong in community together. I hope that the church understands that they can trust that leaders are motivated by their love of the church and their love of the gospel, and that we are all doing our best to work together to have the best future for the church that we can have. So we will continue, though, to work on this trust dance that we are always in with each other. I remember when I was just dating my wife. We had met in Nauvoo, Illinois, and we were there for the summer. And across the river, across the Mississippi, one weekend during the summer, they had this fair, and I could see it across the river, that amazing Ferris wheel. I don't know what they call it anymore, but I had long since decided that of all the carnival rides, most of them were a waste of time. But this one, where it's a Ferris wheel, it's got like little Volkswagen Beetle type cars on the wheel, and the steering wheel is attached to the frame of the Ferris wheel, and the car itself is on ball bearings and is able to pivot. So you sit in that little car and you can control it. I mean, I hate these. What's the fun of a carnival ride where they just jerk you all around and you have nothing to do but sit there and get sick? But where you can like drive this car and you can get into all these crazy upside down positions and stuff, like going round and round. And it was just one of my favorite things. So I was so excited to take Laura on this ride. But Laura was never one who growing up kind of really did the rides and stuff at the fair. She was more like to go and listen to the country music concerts for free at the fair, you know. But I convinced her.